Mesdames et messieurs les...
Ladies and gentlemen, presidents, honorable members, colleagues, it's an honor to welcome you here at the National Assembly on behalf of Richard Ferrand, the president. The presence of all of the delegations in this hemicycle is one of the most beautiful images that I will retain from the French presidency. Allow me to very warmly welcome you to Paris. Before anything, on behalf of the entire national representation, repeat our total solidarity with the people of Ukraine and the common sentiment that we have with our neighbors in the east of Europe and the horrible consequences that are unfolding there. After strengthening sanctions against Russia, the Union will, for the first time, facilitate the delivery of fatal weapons, 450 million euros of material, and also cybersecurity that will be delivered to Ukraine. In preparing this very particular semester, the Bureau of the National Assembly tasked me with preparing the priorities of the presidency. Within this context, the proposal that I submitted is a strategic Europe at the service of its citizens. These guidelines state that we must focus on the subjects that are of importance and especially sovereignty. Economic and defense policy and a space program, which is ambitious, should serve a powerful Europe that will go beyond the naivety, which has been a hallmark hitherto. But this may not be in line with the Paris Agreement. Quite to the contrast, they are the vectors. Keeping in pace with the global events and serving our citizens, this is the balance that we must achieve. The COSAC, which are and the parliamentary events that will take place in the Vallée of the Loire on the 20th and the 21st will look at these issues, look at the diversity of our territories. As national parliamentarians, we must promote our territories with the major European policies. The specificities of our agriculture should be highlighted through mirror clauses in all future trade agreements and also with our DOPs. Our know-how and our traditions must be protected as they are part of our cultural heritage. Above and beyond agriculture, we should also put a focus on rural areas. Development of sustainable tourism on the European scale is a perspective for rural territories in Europe. The national parliamentarians should follow up on these policies. The COSAC, through the regular meetings, is the best forum to look at the way at how we focus on these priorities in our member states. We follow the progress reports that come from the two committees that were set up. The exchanges that we have with the Prime Minister of France in a few minutes is indispensable because it associates national parliamentarians in terms of the follow-up of their priorities. Thank you very much.
La présidence
The presidency of the conference will now be assured by Mrs. Sabine Tillet, President of the European Affairs Committee of the National Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, presidents of the committees, ambassadors, members of European Affairs committees and the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my colleague for the welcoming words, and I would also like to welcome you to Paris, and it is a pleasure to see you here in person because this is something that we haven't been able to do over the past years. Nothing replaces human contact. As you know, the Prime Minister has very specific commitments because of the current context, and he has had to bring forward his speech. I would like to adopt the agenda of the conference, which was adopted yesterday by the presidential troika. The main change vis-a-vis the previous one is on Saturday we will be discussing the Ukrainian crisis under Session 6. Are there any objections? No, there are no objections. The agenda is thereby adopted, and so I would like to welcome you after the this first session. I'll take a little bit more time then. Let us take a few moments to wait for the Prime Minister to arrive in the hemicycle.
Ah oui, pardon, il faut pas. Voilà. Je commence par là alors. Le Premier ministre.
Prime Minister, colleagues, the first session is an overview of the French presidency hitherto, 2 months after it has begun. Jean Castex, the Prime Minister, has given us the honor of introducing the subject. Thank you for being present with us in the specific context now of the Ukrainian crisis. We look forward to your hearing from you, and we really appreciate your participation in the debate. Prime Minister, the floor is yours. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, presidents, senators, honorable members, I would like to thank you, Madam President, of the Committee of European Affairs of the National Assembly, and you, Mr. President of the European Affairs Committee in the Senate, for the proposal that you have made to speak before you this morning here at the French National Assembly. This invitation is an honor. It's an honor even more because the first COSAC took place in Paris in November 1999. So that's 1989. So that was 33 years ago. The role and the influence of this conference was the subject of discussions. Now, no one calls into question the importance of this forum. I would like to give you, as the president, the prime minister of the presidency in rotation, and also I would to the national members of parliaments, and also I would like to welcome the observing countries. This institution is at the heart of the democratic functioning of the European Union, a democratic functioning which obviously is ever more important in this historic moment where the life and death of a nation is in the balance, and really the history of our continent is in the balance as well. We knew this, but for the last few days, we have experienced this, and the European Council presidency has had to deal with the issues. We've had to coordinate our positions in this storm, even though decisions need to keep pace with the crisis. We need to maintain, whatever the cost, the cohesion with our partners and allies. The COSAC meetings are the opportunity to stocktake the presidency underway. It is not up to us to give stocktaking of the first weeks of our presidency, but to take up our responsibility with you, the member states, as to what the European Union must do now at this historic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my conviction. The European Union has lived up to the challenge. confronted with an unprecedented act of war, the European Union and its nations have responded firmly with unity and determination. We support Ukraine, its people, and its leaders. Once again, I would like to express before you our admiration for the courage, the force, the dignity that the Ukrainians and President Zelensky have demonstrated, and the deep respect that we have for their resistance in the face of a much more powerful military assailant which does not hesitate to attack civil populations. The Union is at their side. We provide material and equipment to help them defend themselves. We send humanitarian convoys to help those who are affected by the conflict. We organize mechanism of solidarity to help the border states that are hosting refugees. So we have proposed within the context of the presidency to have a solidarity platform which will help a balance of efforts to host and receive refugees in Europe. And I would like to welcome the solidarity that is coming from the entire European territory and its citizens to receive the refugees. This is our collective duty. The European Union, once again, has lived up to the challenge. We have imposed unprecedented sanctions against the aggressor. When Russia attacked Ukraine on the 24th of February, we rallied and we responded by imposing unprecedented and forceful sanctions against Russia and its leaders. We want to dry up the coffers that are funding this aggression. Transactions with the Central Bank of Russia are now banned, and the assets of the central bank are now frozen, so they can no longer benefit from the SWIFT mechanism. This measure has had an immediate impact, and the ruble fell by 30% because of this. This has allowed us also to freeze assets and resources of 477 persons. And the European Union has given impetus and generated a chain of events in other states that are not member states. Switzerland, for example, has joined in the freezing of assets, and the UK is also imposing very heavy sanctions on Russia. The swiftness and the firmness of our response have surprised, astonished a number of observers and stakeholders. This constitutes, as far as I'm concerned, and the reaction that I've always wanted. This international actor, we as international actors have promoted peace and solidarity and condemned aggression. We, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, know that this will have an effect on our economies, our agriculture, our industries, and some of our economic activities will suffer. also because there is a dependence of resources from Russia or their exposure to Russian markets. But we must respond as one Europe to protect companies, jobs, sectors that are most exposed. This crisis will indeed have a long-lasting and deep effects on our Europe. One of these effects, and I'm sure this will be the case, the strengthening of its cohesion and its unity, because the reaction to the Russian aggression has shown the unity of our Europe. That since the outset has not failed to speak with a single voice. Within the context of this very particular presidency, France has always been guided by the resolve to be unified in Europe. We do this through the European institutions and with its member states. Everything that we do with our European Union partners and with our allies of the Atlantic Alliance. President Emmanuel Macron is very keen on the alliance, as you know. This unity rallying around our values that constitute our historic and political identity, democracy, the rule of law, and the freedom of our people have also come into play. And these values, I would just recall here, have been defended with passion by the late David Sassoli, and we see this now in our reaction to the attack of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin. We rally around our allies, contribute to, and France has sent material to and equipment to Romania. This crisis will strengthen the links of our nations and our peoples of the European Union. But it recalls how important it is, it's crucial, to strengthen the sovereignty of Europe. As of last year, the President of the French Republic indicated that the building of a true European sovereignty constitutes the priority of the French presidency of the European Union that we were preparing at the time. At the time, some criticism was launched. Some doubted that France would want to introduce protectionist rules, perhaps give an advantage to its industries. But given the tragic unfolding of events in Ukraine and the threats that Russia has not hesitated to brandish vis-a-vis Europe and the rest of the world, now we have to say that this priority was substantiated, was right. Europe must have sovereignty and not only in the area of energy, but the European Union member states must be able to intervene above and beyond the continent to combat terrorism, but also to face frontal aggressions on its territory. And that's why 4 years ago, France brought forth the idea of European defense and to create a European defense fund. This would be and in order to live up to this, so we would have to have a shared strategic vision. And that is why we came up with the strategic compass, which is the European white paper, the purpose of which is to present the European vision of defense and security. The current crisis confirms the need, and it explains that even before the adoption of the white paper, the European Union moved forward. And now we have taken the historic decision to financially support the delivery of lethal weapons to Ukraine. And so the time has come for the European Union with its strategic revolution to help Ukraine and to assume its role as a global player, and to also give itself the wherewithal to do so. Now, above and beyond this, this has to do with the stability of Europe and the stability and peace of the world. The French presidency will help build a powerful Europe. And as some have reproached, this is not just a common market. We must strengthen our sovereignty. And doing this means having a more independent Europe on the economic and energy areas. So we must have less dependence for energy, food, heating, and as we have seen also in the health crisis, which has not ended yet. The European Recovery Plan, which came in the heart of the COVID crisis, gives us a more independent and stronger economic model and will help us go further, for example, in the area of energy, but also in some industrial area and research areas that are at the heart of the challenges linked to health, the environment, and digital issues. Ladies and gentlemen, you know on this subject that this is part of the agenda of the summit that will take place in Versailles on the 10th and 11th of this month. Ladies and gentlemen, now, we have seen over the past decades that the old Europe had to draw lessons from the tragic past, and now there is the threat of war on the European continent and at the borders of our union. This is not a fatality. We must maintain our mobility. We must act through diplomacy, through sanctions, through solidarity with the people of Ukraine and its leaders. Yes, we must maintain a dialogue. The president of the French Republic, as you know, is in constant contact with the president of Ukraine, and yesterday spoke with President Putin over the phone to ask for an immediate ceasefire. This dialogue is very difficult and very demanding, but we must continue the dialogue, whatever the cost, until we achieve a ceasefire. The events sees this tragedy unfolding during the French presidency. France assumes its responsibilities, and we are convinced that this responsibility is a collective responsibility above everything. And this is really the meaning of the meeting today. And Madam President, you referred to this as well. This is being held despite the gravity of the situation. The fact of having these exchanges shows also the cohesion and the permanence of our European institutions. This cohesion, this permanence, which gives us the force to resist, to act in the face of the imperial veracity that we see on the continent. This cohesion, this permanence lies greatly on parliamentary democracy. The European Parliament, national parliaments are all you.
Ah non. Ça reprend?
Can people hear the interpretation? Good. So with that, I'd like to give the floor to the speakers on the speakers list. And given how many of you there are, I'd like to invite you to limit your speeches to 1 minute. That's the only way we'll have enough time for everybody. And when you take the floor, I'd like to invite you to use the microphones which are situated next to your row in the hemicycle. And then the Prime Minister will respond to everyone together. Pierre Rémy, first of all, from the Swedish Parliament.
Oui, d'accord. Sur les côtés. Oui. Allez-y. La parole est à vous.
First of all, the Swedish delegation sends all its thoughts to the Ukraine population and people for the heroic struggle against Russia and the brutal invasion.
Oui.
I have to stand closer?
Yes.
Okay, Madame President. First of all, thank you. The Swedish delegation sends its thoughts for the heroic struggle of the Ukraine people against the brutal attacks from Russia. The Swedish government is in full preparation of the Swedish presidency. There is a plan for more than 150 high-level meetings that will be held at Scandinavian Expo close to Arlanda International Airport. We will hold many of the meetings at the same venue because of financial, logistical, and also security reasons. There will be, of course, possibilities for making different social activities as well and seeing around the Swedish countryside. Some 30 meetings will be held around the country. Focus is, for example, to Swedish experts on forestry, on making Swedish economy fossil-free, steel manufacturing, or climate research. We will also invite all commissioners to the city of Kiruna. This is a Swedish joke, but it's true. To join and see how it's to live far up north, and the meeting will give an in-depth knowledge to commissioners about forestry, steel, iron manufacturing, mining, and of course, how it is to live in constant dusk during wintertime in Sweden. Am I close now? Okay. Finally, 300 meetings will be held in Sweden, and we are quite sure that this will be a very great success for us. Merci de votre attention.
Merci, thank you very much. Et la parole est à
Markus Tünz from the German Bundestag. Next.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On behalf of the German delegation, I'd like to speak briefly and say that this is an exceptional time, and I'd like very much to thank you for the organisation and for the Prime Minister's speech this morning, which shows just how difficult the current time is. The French presidency had a wonderful programme: Africa, climate change, European unity, strategic questions. But now those strategic questions are in focus, but we shouldn't ignore the others either. And I'm sure that the French presidency is successfully addressing them. I'd like to point out two things which I believe are important. First of all, the European Union has shown its decisiveness. It's sent out a clear signal that we need European sovereignty, and I'm very grateful for your words in that regard. It's shown that with our strategic compass that we're moving in the right direction towards the future of Europe. Now, since the 24th of February, we can see that what we believed was certain in the past is no longer certain. This is why our own security and sovereignty in Europe is so important. We, of course, need organised military defence, but we also need diplomacy, and there we stand together with all our 26 partners within the European Union. Thank you. Susana Sumezzo from the Spanish Congress of Deputies.
Yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of the Spanish delegation, we would like to express our support to the French presidency of the European Union in these very difficult and complicated and serious times. In this time, we would like to express from our delegation that this is the time for European unity, the unity of our support to Ukraine and unity in solidarity with its people. We feel sincerely that the principles and values of freedom and democracy, which were the basis of the European Union, are being gravely attacked, and peace is also in the balance. Unity is our greatest strength vis-à-vis Putin's aggression against Ukraine, and it is also time for solidarity. Europe must be more human, must be more sovereign. And as the French presidency has put forth, we need to find a response, to find an exit to the huge economic and social repercussions of these crises. This is something that we saw in the COVID crisis, and because of this, this is a new era for the European Union. We must remain united on the path to peace and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Gaetan Sankohoven from the Belgian Senate. President, Prime Minister, dear colleagues, last time we met in January, the context was an optimistic one. We were talking about emerging from the crisis, renewed growth, and drawing lessons from the difficult period that the European Union has been experiencing with the COVID crisis. But now we've shown our resilience and our ability to reach decisions for the benefit of our citizens. The events of recent days have shown how much we need to draw the lessons from what we learned previously. Mr. Putin and his regime's invasion of Ukraine has shown the importance of the priorities that we set. Increased European strategic autonomy, decreased trade dependency and attachment to our values. And today, those are all areas we need to move forward. We've seen unprecedented unanimity in the measures we're taking to support the Ukrainian period. The difficult period we're going through at the moment shows the need for reflection on our future, collective future. Thank you. Now the Speaker of the Romanian Chamber of Deputies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur.
President, Prime Minister, colleagues.
Peace and our solidarity are more important than ever, to which Romania is fully committed. I take this opportunity to reiterate our support for the priorities of the French presidency, since it is committed to act decisively for the benefit of the European project as a whole. Managing the pandemic and the efforts towards the economic recovery is not an easy task, while paying adequate attention to the advancement of green and digital transitions, tackling the challenges of migration and ensuring effective protection of our borders. We believe that education is one of the most effective tools for a sustainable socio-economic recovery, as well as for tackling the challenges this continent is facing with. Given the role of Romania and the significant contribution to the security of the EU's external borders, we would be happy if, at the final assessment of the French presidency of the EU Council, we could receive the good news of Romania's admission to the Schengen area. Thank you and wish you a lot of success in the next 4 months of Council presidency.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, colleague. Georgios Komotsakos from the Parliament of Greece.
President, thank you. Dear Prime Minister, dear colleagues. The European Union was created to serve peace, above all. Never again was the words of the Founding Fathers and our commitment. However, in the past few days, we are living a nightmare in Europe. Therefore, all of us from here, from the French Parliament, we need to send a very strong message. First of all, a message of solidarity to the Ukrainian people, who is fighting heroically to defend their country. Express our full solidarity, tell them that we are next to them, that we are standing behind them with all our hearts and our strength. Second, send a decisive message to the Kremlin regime. We stand against you in all these crimes and barbarian acts that you have perpetrated against the sovereign state. And thirdly, never again will we hear that Europe is an economic giant and a political dwarf. We have now taken the decision, and we have put it in practice in the last few days, to play a clear and strong role in the international scene agenda and defend our principles and values. Madam President, dear Prime Minister, France has a special responsibility as the President of the Council to promote decisively European external action and defense. We will support you in this effort, and we are completely confident that you will make it. Thank you very much.
Chers collègues, pour votre soutien.
Colleague, thank you for your support. Now the Speaker of the Finnish Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you very much for the Prime Minister for his speech. Ukraine deserves and needs our full solidarity. I think this is a moment when also those people who have been critical towards EU understand why we need European Union. It has been really important that the EU has been able to act very rapidly. This is a moment also when we see how important it is to develop the strategic independence of EU and also the ability to act quickly when it's needed. And we also need to remember that Putin's war is financed by selling gas and oil. And I'm glad that so many colleagues, including the Prime Minister, have emphasized the need to speed up the green transition to liberate ourselves from the dependence of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Aurelijus Veriga from the Lithuanian Parliament.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a very difficult time for Europe, and we want to thank the Presidency, France, for all the efforts together with its partners in coordinating our reaction to Russia's invasion to Ukraine. You've adopted unprecedented decisions on sanctions to different sectors and individuals, also decisions on support to Ukraine. And currently, we are facing numerous crises, so we have to remember other problems as well, deal with COVID, and also we need to work further on EU solidarity in terms of vaccines, solidarity with other countries in the world, and we need to improve the resistance of health systems. Going back to a very important geopolitical issue now, Russia's war in Ukraine, we have to remain united. We have to ensure European future by fighting with this aggressor in Ukraine. Ukraine is really determined, and it shows it wants to be in the EU in the future. It protects European values on its territory. So we support Ukraine's request to be granted candidate country status, and we want to continue supporting this country in all possible ways, by humanitarian support and military support as well. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you. Dario Stefano from the Italian Senate. Thank you very much, Madam President. I would also like to express my solidarity to our Ukrainian friends, and I'd like to support what the Prime Minister of France said. This is a very challenging time that we're living through. We have war in the heart of Europe. We're struggling with COVID, and we've seen all the consequences of that, and the European Union's efforts to ensure respect for the rule of law. Many have said that Europe has been built on crises. I don't like that idea, but I do think, however, that the European Union has shown its strengths in the times of crisis. It's shown that it can be a beacon for the world. And I think that today Europe is showing unity, which is providing guidance for everyone. The Conference on the Future of Europe, I believe, is an extraordinary opportunity to bring the leaders of European institutions closer to its citizens and to open up the way to necessary reforms to the treaties. Next Generation EU now, I've nearly finished, is the start of that process of innovation. It's a new innovative instrument which ended the taboo on sharing resources. And one final point, climate neutrality. In Italy, we've invested a lot in this area, but it's necessary to be united in meeting that challenge. I'm sure that next generation will be an excellent opportunity. Thank you, colleague. Isabel Mariles from Portugal.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We would like to pay tribute to the French presidency in the person of its Prime Minister, who called for a better definition of European strategic solidarity. Moving on to a phase of operative European defence. Facing an attack on our cyberspace. With this crisis, Europe is responding so rapidly on the financial system, asset freezes, sanctions. It's said that Europe has been built on crises, and it's the sum of the lessons learnt from these crises. The Prime Minister has been an inspiration, and we've also had the pleasure of being able to thank the Ambassador in person in France. And once again, I'd like to do that here in this hemicycle in the National Assembly. And we'd like to support you in this challenge that is facing us.
Mr. Calmont.
Madam President, Prime Minister, Europe has been divided on COVID policy, on illegal immigration, also divisions on social and environmental transitions. Now, if there's one good thing that we've seen in the last week is that Europe can be united, and we can be united when we concentrate on the values that really do constitute the fundamental values of the European Union. We're not talking about whether or not to include abortion in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but rather the basis of peace, cooperation, and the basic principle that one doesn't attack other countries. This week we've shown solidarity with Ukraine, its people, its refugees. And all the divisions that we've seen in the past seem to have disappeared, because now the task facing us is to help Ukraine, which is in our hearts. May I make a call now? Let's find our true common values rather than looking for artificial common values. Because if we find our true values, we can show solidarity. Thank you.
La parole est à Sergio.
Thank you, Sergio Battilli from the Italian Chamber of Deputies.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be able to meet you in person after all this time. The French presidency is finding itself handling a crucial moment in the history of Europe. And in this dramatic situation, unity and solidarity is all the more important. And I think we ought to be proud of that. First the pandemic, and now this crisis has shown how the European project is an absolute necessity to achieve decisions to meet the challenges of events that even our largest member states couldn't handle on their own. I think the French presidency's decision to concentrate on more strategic autonomy for the European Union was a key decision. We are seeing that in the crisis we're facing today, and we'll see it ever more in the future. In that view, the strategic compass is important, and it sets the basis for a strategy, a growth strategy to increase Europe's strategic autonomy. Events of recent days have shown the importance of reform to the Pact on Asylum, the importance to have common tools for managing migration flows, not only in crisis situations like today, but also dealing with flows of people seeking better conditions of life. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Velos Vasilios Makinakis from the Greek Parliament.
Pardon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In January, we gave a standing ovation to President Macron when he presented the priorities of the French presidency to the Council at the European Parliament. I would like to repeat, Madam President, that we support you in the general goals of the French presidency and also in your initiatives in the Ukrainian crisis. But we need to stress that everything has changed from this day to now due to the war in Ukraine. Our values for democracy, for freedom, for human rights are non-negotiable, and we need to defend them at any price. But the time has come in order to understand this price, the price that we will need to pay in order to defend our values, the price that will be reflected in the price of energy, in our budget, in agriculture, in industry, in tourism, and more specifically and essentially how we will support those most vulnerable people along with the citizens of Ukraine. We will stand by your side in creating a more strong union, a stronger union in defense and foreign affairs. We believe that the European Union can become a factor for peace throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ajibkovic from Croatia is next.
Chair, I also wish to reiterate our support to the French presidency, especially in creating economic self-reliance of the European Union, as well as the dealing with the humanitarian aspects of the Ukraine crisis. Dear friends, I wish to say, and I said that before, Europe is not complete. Europe is not complete without Southeastern Europe. Europe is not complete without Ukraine and other East European countries that have the ambition to join us. And that's why I wish to especially greet our friends from the candidate countries. As of this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we are not dealing only with the aggressor. We are dealing with a nuclear terrorist, somebody who is threatening with the nuclear fallout of Europe. This is why security and defense issues would probably occupy more of our agenda. And that is why I hope that at the closure of the French presidency, Croatian efforts to join the Schengen will also be recognized, and that we shall finally be able to join the Schengen area and give our support and our contribution to making this continent a safer place. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Gwari Ogmaknunu from Ireland.
We stand with the people of Ireland and of Ukraine and the freedom of Ukraine. All of us in Ireland oppose the attacks by Vladimir Putin.
With a very different situation, right? We understood, I suppose, security in the sense of hybrid and cyber security. We knew the difficulties of dealing with energy security and the price, but we didn't believe that we would be dealing with a savage invasion of Ukraine and the war criminality of Vladimir Putin. Now, the West has lessons to learn in relation to those who have been oppressed and continue to be oppressed, and that the West has not played a positive role in. But today, We stand firmly with the people of the Ukraine. We need to ensure that we cut off the money supply for the Russian war machine. We need to do what we can in relation to there being a diplomatic, that there being a solution. But we also need to make sure that we look after the refugees and that we put a serious effort into the community response. Viva la Ukraina, Slava Ukraina.
Merci.
Thank you, colleagues. The Prime Minister will have to leave at 10:20, so I cannot take all of the observing countries, but I will take three. I will give the floor now to Etilia Gionage from the Parliament of Albania.
Honorable Prime Minister Castex, esteemed colleagues, the French presidency aimed from the beginning to strengthen European values and interests, and we are all committed to support this approach. The recent aggression to Ukraine showed us that peace is not to be taken for granted and has made it clear that the European Union needs a strong and unified policy which would strengthen Europe's strategic autonomy. Europe has stayed true to its values and commitments to defend the principles of democracy. Albania has joined in all the measures against Russia that has been taken by the European Union, United States, and the nations that have imposed sanctions and other restrictive measures against the Russian Federation, the same as the role of Albania in the Security Council. The French presidency sends a very good signal by seeking to establish a policy for re-engagement and investment in the Western Balkan countries, but it's needed more commitment. The enlargement of the EU should not be delayed any further. Albania and North Macedonia are two countries that have fulfilled all recommendations and procedures, and I believe that we both deserve concrete steps on accession talks to increase the trust of our citizens. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, colleague. I give the floor to Aber Achimi from North Macedonia. Really, just 1 minute, please.
Dear Madam President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I agree with all speakers that these are hard times for Ukraine, Europe, and the world. In these hard times, I would like to underline the great support from our country, but also from all citizens of North Macedonia to the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. I would like to inform you that yesterday the Assembly adopted a declaration condemning military attacks that threaten territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. As a country, a member of NATO, but also as a country which undoubtedly is dedicated to membership in the European family, together with Albania, I would like to underline that I fully understand and support Ukraine's request for membership to EU. However, allow me, after so many years, to appeal again to all EU member countries to implement the decision for the start of the accession negotiations that was adopted on 25th of March 2020 with the unanimity of all 27 EU member countries. Thank you for your attention.
Merci.
Thank you, colleagues. Unfortunately, I cannot allow any further speakers from the observer countries, but I'd like to thank you for your support to Ukraine, support to the French presidency. I'd like to give the floor now to the Prime Minister. Madam President, honorable members, first of all, I would like to sincerely express my thanks and gratitude for the support that has been given through the different speakers to the French presidency, of course, but also by extension to the European unity that has been demonstrated in the face of this very serious situation that we are going through on our continent. I would also like to express my solidarity with all the member states, in particular those that are neighboring countries and those countries which are even more directly affected by what is happening in Ukraine. The second element that I would like to express after hearing you, and this is something that we see, crises accelerate history, and I would just like to stress this. This is something that we had to deal with this during the health crisis, and the vaccination was a major weapon against that. And I think this was very well managed because we had a European approach for the order and distribution of vaccines, and that was a major way of combating the health crisis. But there are economic and social repercussions of the health crisis, and thanks to the very ambitious recovery and resilience plan, we've been able to manage this in the best way possible. But the European growth and unemployment rates, thanks to the recovery plans, was one of the best in the world. Unfortunately, this has been eclipsed by the crisis in Ukraine. But the collective security and defense of Europe is now being called to question because what is happening at our doorstep. The leaders of governments and parliaments need to work under their specific remits, and they need to better manage crises when they arise. They need to take rapid decisions, coherent and unified decisions, and that's what we've done. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have been looking at the structural consequences of these crises, the health crisis, and also now the crisis that is unfolding at our doorstep in Ukraine. And there are two things at play. And what I see coming about, and this really has to do with our collective political resolve. It's very encouraging. We must, and you can count on the French presidency, we must pace up this movement. These crises really open our eyes even more. We must, more than ever, take our destiny in our hands. Then there's a third element. And I've heard this from your very high-quality interventions. And this is very much in line, which was just indicated. There are other priorities of the French presidency. This was put forth by the French president at the European Parliament just a couple of weeks ago, and obviously we will be living up to those, even though things have been turned upside down because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. But we must maintain and make those priorities prosper, because this is in line with the interests of Europe, interests of European citizens. Obviously, this is the green transition. And I would just call on you to pay particular attention to the CBAM. Of course, there's training, education, culture, and I would also like to mention the question of the European minimum wage. We also see cyber attacks and info wars. We see that democracies need to take a lead here against dictatorial countries. And then, of course, the migration crises, which are ever more relevant. And I would just recall, there's much work to be done, and our collective force must help us get through them as best as possible. And then I would just like to end, honorable members, by recalling something that many of you have referred to. This is an ideological combat. The best glue, our greatest force, is our common values: peace, multilateralism, democracy, the rule of law. This is what is our glue, our force. This is something that we see through history. And so we must be firm in our democracy. It needs to be sovereign. It must be intransigent in terms of championing its values. And we should make sure that we can be free and live in peace. We have no other choice than to step up to the plate at this historic moment and to do it together. Thank you.
Alors, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Prime Minister, once again, thank you very much for having taken the time in this current context to engage in a dialogue with the representatives of national parliaments of the EU and the European Parliament. And this will obviously be one of the highlights of our COSAC. Once again, thank you. Now that we have covered the first point on the agenda, I would like to give you a more extensive welcome to the COSAC. It is a pleasure to see you here in person. That was something that was not necessarily a given, but with these crises, it's very important to be able to see each other and to have an exchange. Now, those of you who have participated in COSACs previously, nothing replaces live contacts. Now, we were supposed to be very happy to see each other once again, but that has been eclipsed by the tragic events that are unfolding in Ukraine. As we have all seen, this war has consequences in terms of the security of our continent, and this is something that must be put on the agenda of our work, and that's why Jean-François Rapin, my counterpart at the Senate, have proposed to have a debate on the situation in these countries. COSAC is the irreplaceable forum for dialogue and cooperation among parliamentarians, and I repeat this all the time. We play an essential role in terms of information, promotion of policies in Europe vis-à-vis our citizens, and we are really the link with the European institutions. We work with our constituents. We work with our local officials, and we must really take advantage of our role even more. And the role and the work of the COSAC needs to be more visible and more well known. The COSAC also allows us to follow topical issues. We heard the Prime Minister of France just a moment ago, and we will be debating with a diversified group of speakers. We're going to talk about the recovery, climate change, the energy transition, and the Conference of the Future of Europe, among others. I think all of these topics are also linked to the crisis we are going through. Now, there were working groups. This is the first time that we created this in the COSAC, and then after that we will have an exchange on the situation in Ukraine. These 2 days, I hope, will bear fruit, and I would like to thank you once again for being here. Before giving the floor to my counterpart, Jean-François Rapin, I would like to welcome colleagues who are here for the first time in the COSAC plenary. So this is Anton Hofreiter from the federal, from the Bundestag, from the Netherlands, David Smojak from the Czech Republic, Denica Simeonova from Bulgaria, and Pieriniemi from Sweden. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Jean-François Rapin.
Madame la Présidente.
President, honorable speakers, honorable members, colleagues, it is with great emotion that I welcome you this morning to the French Parliament for this plenary meeting of the COSAC, which is exceptional. Just 1.5 months after the COSAC President's meeting, a meeting that you attended either in Paris or remotely. At that time, we had no idea what we would be facing today. I'd like to thank you for being here today. It is very precious because it is a concrete epitome of what we do in our national parliaments and the European Parliament, and the importance that we bestow on democracy, our people, and dialogue in these very dark hours where Ukraine is being attacked by Russia, despite the violence, despite the bombs, despite the deaths, despite the refugees, despite the sufferance that ensues. The Russian war has allowed one thing: strengthening the links among the member states and the Union. We defend our fundamental values to preserve our union that we've had since for 60 years. The COSAC is the opportunity to meet and to go through this as a family in a difficult time, and we can have some human warmth at this time. Some people had to cancel, unfortunately, because of the conflict. The French presidency has been very affected by this crisis, but power, recovery, belonging still are the buzzwords for our presidency. We need to maintain the the strategic autonomy of our continent. And even though this is a very disconcerting time, it should allow us to still have hope and prepare for the future. And so we will exchange our views on the energy transition and the recovery and resilience to get out of the crisis. We should also look at long-term perspectives through the Conference of the Future of Europe and the work of the COSAC in that context. It's an opportunity to have an exchange on these very important issues, looking at and of course, the Prime Minister has given us a special vantage point. Thank you very much. Colleagues, now we are getting to the presentation of the Troika's meeting. The meeting took place yesterday evening and has moved forward on various points. As the Slovenian presidency did, we sent an email to the Council, Commission, and the European Parliament taking up the main issues of our debate. We are informing the European institutions of the content of our work. Furthermore, the Troika adopted a draft declaration on Ukraine. This text will have been distributed to you. It firmly condemns the Russian aggression, calls on Russia to to allow humanitarian corridors, calls for a ceasefire and a cease to cyber attacks. We recall that we will go further if necessary. It invites the European Union to organize itself to receive Ukrainian refugees, associates national parliaments to the decisions relevant to the management of the crisis, underscores the respect of territorial integrity of all states, more particularly Moldova and Georgia. And I'm very pleased to have as observers, a delegation from Georgia by Mato Georgiashvili And then there is the declaration that affirms the need to have a European defense policy and a common security policy, and to strengthen the European strategic autonomy. This is open to a co-signature by the presidents of all the delegations who wish. Would you like to take the floor on this subject?
Donc, si ce n'est pas le
If that's not the case, then we will now have the presidency of the 37th semestrial report drawn up by the Secretariat in response to the questionnaires that have been given to the delegations. This is in three parts: the role of national parliaments, the rule of law, and the Conference of on the Future of Europe. Without further ado, I would give the floor to Bruno Tapiro, member of the Permanent Secretariat of the COSAC. He has now given us a video that we are happy to show. I'd like to congratulate you for your work, sir.
Est-ce que ça marche?
Bonjour. Ça marche? Oui. Chère Madame la Présidente, cher Monsieur le Président.
Madam President, President Rapin, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present the 37th report of the COSAC. I would like to begin by underscoring the return of the COSAC in presential. This is the first time since November 2019. And for the Secretariat, it's the first time that we are able to contribute to the work without having to be behind a screen. I'd like to thank all of the delegations who responded in very short notice, and would like to thank the Secretariat and the colleagues of the COSAC that analyze the work and the responses in 10 days. We prepared, as the President said, a short video highlighting the principal conclusions. Allow me to draw your attention to the fact that the three subjects chosen, the role of national parliaments, the rule of law, and the Conference on the Future of Europe, are not only pertinent to our discussions today in the COSAC, but also shed light on debates for the future. It covers various issues in the two working groups set up in the COSAC, and it focuses on the involvement of national parliaments in the Conference of the Future of Europe that will finalize its work this semester. But the national parliaments will have a role to play, not only in terms of the conclusions to be drawn, but also in the ensuing discussions after we hear the results. In the COSAC, we hope that this report will be read and reread on many occasions and will contribute to furthering the debate, and we are open to any further questions that you may have. I would like to now show you this very short video on the report. Thank you once again.
Donc, est-ce que quelqu'un entre vous souhaite prendre...
Would anyone like to take the floor on the video? It's on the COSAC website anyway. Is anyone requesting the floor? That doesn't appear to be the case. In that case, let me perhaps say a few words about what the Troika decided last night. We'll be continuing with the Agora, which started under the German presidency, and will also be organising a visit to the Court of Justice at Luxembourg to give you an opportunity for discussion with the judges, discussing, for example, the ways our constitutional identities are taken into account, to understand how judges in Luxembourg proceed when they reach their decisions. And we'll be giving you information about that visit very soon. Do you like this idea? Would anyone like to take the floor on that? Or if you have any other suggestions to put to us?
Non, si.
If not, then let's move on to the next point of procedure, letters received by the presidency. We've received a number of letters from third country parliaments who would like to participate in our work, and we responded favourably, subject to the proviso that we have enough time for everyone. Andorra, Georgia, Iceland, the Republic of Kosovo, Norway, Monaco, and the Parliament in the UK and the Swiss Federal Parliament. With that, we come to the end of the points of procedure, and we're actually ahead of schedule because unfortunately the Prime Minister was not able to devote to us the time that had been initially planned for because of a meeting scheduled in the Élysée Palace. That means, however, that we will have a little more time for our traditional photograph and for our coffee break. So with that, I'd suspend our session and I would invite you to get together for the photograph. And during the break, we will continue to show the video in the hemicycle illustrating the working of COSAC's parliamentary dialogue with subtitles in German and English. And see you after the break.
2. La France assure la présidence tournante du Conseil de l'Union européenne. Constitué des ministres nationaux des 27 États membres, le Conseil négocie les textes législatifs européens et les adopte conjointement avec le Parlement européen. Chaque présidence du Conseil comprend une dimension parlementaire qui donne lieu à des conférences entre parlementaires nationaux et européens. La plus importante de ces conférences est la COSAC, la conférence des organes spécialisés dans les affaires de l'Union, qui rassemble des délégations des commissions des affaires européennes des 27 parlements nationaux et du Parlement européen. Au premier semestre 2022, c'est au Sénat que la COSAC se réunit en format réduit au seul président de ses commissions, et c'est à l'Assemblée nationale que la COSAC se réunit en format plénière avec l'ensemble des délégués. Cette conférence est un lieu de débat entre parlementaires. Sous présidence française, les sujets abordés sont les 20 ans de l'euro, le premier bilan de la présidence française, le plan de relance européen, le changement climatique et la conférence sur l'avenir de l'Europe. La COSAC peut adopter des contributions qui sont ensuite adressées à la Commission européenne, au Conseil et au Parlement européen. Ces institutions doivent ensuite lui répondre. Sous présidence française, les présidents de la COSAC ont décidé de créer 2 groupes de travail sur le rôle des parlements nationaux dans l'Union européenne et sur la place des valeurs européennes au cœur du sentiment d'appartenance.
Colleagues, let's resume our work.
Pardon? Alors, la séquence à venir de nos débats porte sur le plan.
The next section of our discussions is on the European Recovery Plan and exiting the crisis. And with that, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Rapin, President of the European Affairs Committee in the Senate, who will introduce the subject.
Madame la Présidente, chère Sabine Tillet, mes chers collègues.
Madam President, colleagues, honourable members from national parliaments, Vice President of the European Parliament, Otmar Karas, President of SME Europe, Daniel Gros, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on to the subject of the European Recovery Plan and exiting the crisis. The recovery instrument, Next Generation EU, completed the framework of financial instruments to combat the COVID crisis, and it is a turning point in Europe's history. Its consequences will be long-term because reimbursement of the common debt will only be completed in 2050. There are 3 points in particular that came out of the discussions. First of all, conditions for implementation of the plan, in particular the Resilience and Recovery Facility. And I'm wondering about the capacity to absorb the EU funding during the period provided for. In my region, Hauts-de-France particularly, where I'm a regional councillor, and I'd be interested to hear your experiences. The second important point I wanted to raise is the risk of bureaucracy and control by the European Commission. It is, of course, necessary and normal to have mechanisms in place to control the implementation of the facility, but we need to avoid creating excessive bureaucracy in the name of monitoring. A third essential point now, reimbursement of our joint debt and new own resources, and progress is needed on that file. At the end of December, the Commission presented a proposal for modifications to the rules on own resources. And this is directly linked to negotiations on the adjustment package 55, which are currently underway. Ladies and gentlemen, certain subjects such as the extension of the emissions trading system lead to some reservations. We were discussing this in the Senate last week. We need to avoid excessive contributions from member states, and therefore decisions taken need to be in conformity with the roadmap annexed to the institutional agreement from the 16th of December. Furthermore, it may appear, given that we have the war in Ukraine, it might seem late to talk about crisis recovery. It is indeed true that the economy in the Eurozone recovered next year, and the European contribution certainly contributed to that. But there's no doubt that the war in Ukraine will have economic consequences. And it's against this backdrop that our values become so important. And we have a tendency to underestimate that. The European Union can reinvent itself in times of crisis. Next Generation EU illustrated this in the time of the COVID crisis. And the lessons that we drew from that is that our economy needs to be more resilient and we need to have more strategic autonomy, which is something ever more relevant now. That said, I think we need to move beyond Next Generation EU. I think we need to review the Stability and Growth Pact with caution, lucidity, to meet the challenges of this new crisis and to enable the whole of the Union to undertake the necessary investments to meet the challenges facing us today. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague.
Je vais maintenant donner la parole aux orateurs.
I'd like to give the floor to our main speakers. First of all, Othmar Karas, new Vice President of the European Parliament, and congratulations on your appointment. You're also a member of the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee in the Parliament and has expertise in this area.
Frau Präsidentin,
Madam President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This is once again a difficult subject, but there's a clear connection. The recovery plan, the thematic recovery plan, the resilience plan, have not lost their importance. Both plans must be implemented fully. Both plans should not be weakened because of the current crisis, because both plans provide, in part, an answer to the challenges of strengthening the European Union in the world. And both plans together are not sufficient. Of course, the European semester has a role to play, and the European semester needs to consider other crises as well, not just the recovery and resilience plans. We will be judged on whether we are able to implement the answers that we adopt in moments of crisis. Our mode of operation is a crisis mode of operation. We've had the economic and financial crisis. Then we had 2015 with the refugee and migration crisis, which is now repeating itself in such a dramatic way. We have climate, environment and energy challenges. And we had the pandemic. We have the pandemic. And we have produced answers. And the answer is that the European Union needs to increase its cooperation, and we need to change the frameworks within which we work in order to meet these challenges as a community, because the solutions cannot be found nationally. And we need to invest in our future. We have still not implemented all the promises and conclusions that we've adopted to meet the challenges of the last 16 years. We haven't finished yet, even though the crisis seems to be over. All crises that we've faced up to now have had financial aspects, security aspects, environmental, humanitarian, and economic challenges. And now we're facing questions of war or peace. We are facing a clash of two systems on European soil. Freedom against democracy. Peace against war, and war being used as a political instrument. Today's challenges are even deeper than, and we are going to need more recovery plans. The European Union's independence, which is already something we are discussing, is something that we'll need to devote even more attention to. War in Europe is bringing us together. The European Union is taking decisive action against these unprovoked war by Putin. What unites us is the fact that we are for freedom, for sovereignty of freedoms and countries, for human rights, for parliamentary democracy, for the European Convention of Human Rights, for the Fundamental Rights Charter. And we need to implement all those fully within the European Union in order to meet the challenges that come from outside. We are united. We stand united against challenges and against aggressors. We support our values. We adopt assistance and sanctions, and we've just adopted the largest ever sanctions package. Just as with the Recovery Fund, we adopted the largest ever investment package. We haven't yet implemented it. For the first time in history, the European Union is using its peace facility to fund armaments and defense, because there's a need for that. In the recovery plan, we have different resources, and the key thing is not the name that you use, but rather the method. Eliminating mistakes, drawing lessons, changing conditions, and investing in the future. And that goes both for the recovery plan and the resilience plan, and for our response to the current crisis. Our unity and decisiveness is something that we need to show in drawing the consequences in all political areas for the future of Europe. However, the key challenge is implementation. With the conference on the future of Europe, the challenge will be in formulating the conclusions. The challenge will be in producing our budget for 2023. In not only being united in words, but in our actions. And that is a challenge for all of us. Because all these various questions, all these various challenges have shown that we have too few shared competences and rules, and we have national competencies but European challenges. We need to overcome that gap. Strengthening Europe internally and externally is a question of credibility for us. And these are challenges which we're only starting to have to face now. Foreign and security policy. We should put a halt to energy supplies from Europe. We need social support for refugees. And these aren't questions that can be resolved overnight. We need to change our approach. Something else that is essential is massive investments to enable us to act in a credible and effective way. Now, what's the link between this crisis and the resilience plan? Well, last year, 60 billion euros. That's the value of the gas and oil that we imported from Russia. 10% more than Russia spends on defense, on the military. We spend more on gas and oil from Russia than Russia's spending on its current war of aggression. So indirectly, we are financing this attack. Gas and oil are Russia's essential exports. So we're vulnerable to blackmail and we're vulnerable to attack. If we want to change things, we need to draw the long-term consequences. The largest EU investment plan ever, Next Generation EU, marked a turning point in the response to climate change and to the pandemic. It was a response to the pandemic and invests in climate policy, digitalization and the institutional arrangements in the Union, and that work is not complete. But success depends on more than successful implementation of what has already been adopted. Given the dramatic nature of the current situation, we will need to develop further. We need ambitious projects for the future. And I call on you to ensure that the conference on the future of Europe really can set the basis for further integration. We need new own resources, because it's only by having new resources from member states that we will be able to meet the challenges facing us. We need flawless implementation of the rule of law. We need to focus on urgent investments, and to conclude, we need democratic legitimacy and control for all decisions, and that is a challenge for all of us. My plea is that we will only achieve democratic majorities if we are honest with the situation and honest with our citizens. Now, when we talk about these programs, I have the impression that no EU member state, no population of an EU member state really knows what is being done with this largest ever investment program of the European Union. What's the objective and what's the motive behind the European investment plan? What's the added value of European cooperation? We're giving a face to the euro because our citizens need to see in practice what the benefits of our cooperation are. And that is all the more important than ever because of the current crisis. I hope that on the 16th of March in the parliamentary week we'll be able to come up with concrete, constructive discussions. We need to move forward. Vetoes weaken us. Nationalism weakens us. So let's move forward for a strong Europe in the world.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I think that you very rightly underscored that it's the time of truth because we between talking about solidarity and showing solidarity, there's a path to be taken, and so there needs to be a complementarity between the national parliaments and the European Parliament because we need to help our citizens understand the challenges that we face. I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Ivan Stefanek, who is the president of SME Europe, Small and Medium Enterprises Europe. He's also an MEP. Mr. Stefanek will give us an overview of this from the vantage point of SMEs. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the title of today's topic is Recovery Plan in Europe and End of Crisis. I do believe all of us, we would like to see the end of crisis, and still a week ago, we were sure that end of crisis is very close. But let me be very honest and very clear now, with new situation, with war in Europe, nobody knows what will be in future. But I know for sure that we have to be united, and current situation unites us, which is very, very important for all of us. Thank you. And let me be personal also at the beginning, because I'm here representing SME Europe organization supporting small and medium entrepreneurs. And the war is very, very sensitive for us because we have employers also from Ukraine. We are in touch with Ukrainian association, and one of our employee is currently still in Kiev, hiding in basement, sending us crazy pictures how Russian killers attack Kiev today. So let me say also, let me send from this beautiful place regards to Ukraine, and I think all of us, we do support brave Ukrainians today. Let me talk about economical situation after pandemic. In last 2 years, Europe, because of a pandemic, came to the situation which was actually the worst economical downfall after Second World War. And we, small and medium entrepreneurs, felt very, very sensitively this situation. 90% of small businesses felt financial difficulties. We organized basically the survey at the beginning of crisis, and recently we can compare the results, and the result showed us that firstly, we have to improve access to finance to all SMEs. Therefore, also recovery and resilience facility is very crucial, and recovery, financial recovery for small businesses is very, very important for all jobs in Europe. Secondly, the most important topic was to deal bureaucracy. We have to face a lot of, we still face a lot of obstacles, and we have to overcome that. And this is also a very good point, which was mentioned by Mr. Chair Rapan about bureaucracy, that if we talk about resilience facility, we have to remove this bureaucratic burden. It's very good that we don't ask for member states, we don't ask co-financing of this facility. So we have to remove it, and we have to do all the things in order to get this money to the place and to improve infrastructure and to improve business environment, particularly for SMEs. Third point was addressed by our SMEs, that we have to do something with education of people, particularly to improve digital skills. And I will elaborate on this point later on. But also let me highlight that Europe, this is the place for SMEs. 90% of our businesses are SMEs. More than 2/3 of jobs created in the European Union are created by small and medium entrepreneurs. And also, more than 50% of our European GDP is created by SMEs. So therefore, if we talk about jobs, we have to talk about the improvement of business environment for our small and medium businesses. It's good that we were able to unite our special resources for recovery, European recovery, because this is also quite unique package, altogether more than 2 trillion euro for next 7 years, talking about European budget and talking about resilience and recovery facility. And currently where we are, 26 countries submitted the plan, excluding Netherlands, and 22 national recovery plans have been approved. Only Sweden, Bulgaria, Poland, and Hungary, still they are discussing with the European Commission how to approve this facility. From European perspective, we recommended to the national states to focus on two things: digital transition and environmental transition. And I do believe this is very, very important to focus on these two issues. Particularly talking about digital transition, we have to understand that we are middle of digital revolution. In next 2 years, we will come to the situation that digital sector will create 25% of global economical activity. It is the figure which has doubled in last 10 years. So more and more we are dealing with all digital equipments, and more we are living in digital world. By the way, particularly during pandemic, we recognize how digital technologies and digital skills are important for all of us. Therefore, I do believe that we have to create the real digital single market in the European Union. And this is about legislation, this is about infrastructure, this is about digital skills. In the European Parliament, we are dealing with digital legislation because really we have to be united in Europe. And recently, as we know, we adopted Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act, very crucial legislative acts in order to have the same rules in Europe, but also in order to set up the model for the rest of the world. And this is very important for SMEs, particularly for SMEs, because digital world is in reality in hands of small number of companies. And therefore, we have to adopt legislation which will allow new innovation and the growth of small and medium businesses. We have quite ambitious plans by 2030 to improve digital skills for SMEs and also to improve digital infrastructure, because currently only 17% of SMEs, they really fully implemented digital technologies. Therefore, we have to invest much more into this area, and by 2030, that's the plan, by so-called digital decade, that 90% of small and medium companies will have basic level of digital intensity. I think digital goals are very ambitious but realistic, and we will support it not only, as I said, by legislation, but also by significant resources from Recovery and Resilience Facility. Another part which is very important is environmental transition. We know that we cannot do business as usual, and we have to change ourselves. We have to take care much more about environment. which is also the opportunity for new innovation, particularly for SMEs in our digital and environmental environment. This is also important with coming years because of current war in Europe, current war in Ukraine. We know it will have a significant impact on energy prices. Therefore, our Green Deal will be even more important. We have the plan to have at least 40% of renewables by 2030, but we would like to be even more ambitious. And this week in the European Parliament, we propose to increase it to 45% of percentage of having renewables in our energy mix. It is very, very important to be less dependent on import of energy. Particularly now, we have to be less independent and less dependent and more independent from Russian gas and oil, because currently, that's the matter of fact that in Europe, more than 50% of energy we still import. We have to improve our situation, and we have to change our mix. At the beginning, I mentioned that our unity is really important, and particularly it is the important topic nowadays. Everybody understands that we have to invest much more into defense. We have to invest also much more into our capital market union in order to improve financing for SMEs. But we have to enforce also real and deep European energy union. It means to cooperate much more with infrastructure, to talk about the storage of energy, particularly gas, and to have even common purchases of energy, common purchases of gas. 2 years ago, we could not imagine that we will have common purchase of medicine and vaccines. 1 week ago, we could not imagine that we will have common purchase of weapons delivering to Ukraine for protecting them from Russian invasion. Now we have to talk about real deep cooperation in energy sector and even about common purchases. I think it's important for all of us that we talk about these challenges and not only talk, that we will make real changes in defense, capital, and European energy union. Ladies and gentlemen, last couple of years proved that European integration works. European integration is a peaceful project which brought stability and peace into Europe. Let's develop it and let's create even better infrastructure, better environment for our SMEs, which create most jobs. In the last 5 years, SMEs have created 80% of jobs in Europe. So if we take care about our small businesses, we will recover even in the best way, and we will bring not only peace, but also stability and prosperity to our Europe. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefanek. Thank you for speaking for the SMEs. Of course, many things that have to be realized to go through SMEs because of innovation, skills, and you really need to be supported. And I think that's something that can strengthen our strategic autonomy. That's something that we all need in order to be able to move forward. And what you said also shows how all of these issues are intertwined. We talk about the environment, the Green Deal, but then that takes us to energy dependence or independence. And then, of course, there's the visibility of companies and visibility that we all need. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Daniel Groh, who is a distinguished member and member of the board of the Center for European Policy Studies. Before joining the CPS, Daniel Gross worked at the IMF and also at the European Commission, was an economic advisor to the Delors Committee, and that drew up the euro. And over the past decades, he has been an advisor to many central banks and governments. I'd like to give you the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that very friendly introduction.
I've heard I am an economist, which is a rather dry and dismal science. But I cannot start my contribution today without recalling, as many people have done before, the courage of the Ukrainian people who have arisen against all odds to defend their democracy and their nation, their independence. I think this is something which reminds us that peace and security is never guaranteed. We should not take for granted. And as many people have said beforehand, we have to work harder to defend it, not only in Europe, all over the world. This will, as many people have said, require some hard choices from all of us. And I wanted to go perhaps in just two important aspects at this point. The first choices which we'll have to make concern the present economic environment. As other people have said, this was supposed to be a recovery fund, and now we are in the midst of another crisis, which is not only about war and peace, but also about the strength of our economy. And secondly, I wanted to make two remarks about the recovery and resilience plans as they have been proposed by different countries. Now, if one looks at the present economic situation, I would say there's actually reason to be optimistic. We will have a strong negative shock because our exports to Russia will collapse. And I think there's no other choice for us. But fortunately, exports to Russia make up only about 5% of our total extra-European exports, and a very small share of our GDP. Therefore, I think the negative impact of this aspect should be very limited, and it will be counterbalanced by the fact that now, at least in the biggest country of the EU, in Germany, military expenditure will increase, and this will provide a boost to demand and employment, something which we would not wish to see, but which is now unfortunately unavoidable. But the major element of uncertainty are, of course, higher energy prices. They always have a negative impact of our economy because they reduce the purchasing power of our workers, affect the profits also of our SMEs and our large enterprises. And the question is, what should we do? And my plea would be to let the price mechanism work. In a certain sense, these very high prices for oil and gas are freedom prices. They provide an incentive for everybody, households, enterprises, power generation industries, to use less gas, to use less oil, less energy. And that is what we need in this particular situation if we ever want to become independent of Russian gas imports. Herr Karas has illustrated beforehand how much we pay for Russian gas and how much that actually finances Russian military. Therefore, we should think about the possibility, at least potential, whether we could survive without Russian gas. And not just in 10 years, but here and now. And the good news for me is that if we let the price mechanism work, I could see a real potential for such a policy to actually be possible for us. There is a lot of LNG capacity all around the world. And basically, if we are willing to pay the price, it will come to Europe and would allow us to radically diminish, perhaps even ideally eliminate, our dependency of Russian gas. This is something which we consider. I don't think it can be done by administrative means, telling people how much they have to consume. But we have seen in the past, after the first oil shock in the 1970s, that when the price goes up, entrepreneurs find ways to use less energy. Households invest more in insulation of their homes. And therefore, that is the important part that we can contribute by accepting these high prices. Of course, the vulnerable groups have to be protected, but we cannot protect them by giving them lower prices. We have to keep the incentive for everybody to save on energy, but we can compensate them with lump sum transfers so that they can keep their consumption up even if their energy bill goes up. And therefore, this is one of the concrete ways in which we can strengthen our independence. It's not just about declarations, about very long-term plans, right? We might be independent in 10 years if we follow the NGU, but we have to make some hard choices today, and I think high energy prices help in that. And about the RRF, in a certain sense, the two priorities, green and digital, have become more important than before. Because green is not only green for the planet, it also means independence, strategic autonomy. And I think the digital has a similar connotation. Modern wars, modern aggressions, right? The hybrid warfare involves almost always digital means. So if we strengthen our digital economy, our digital competences, not only do we strengthen our economy, we also strengthen again our independence, our security, making it more difficult for regimes like Putin to conduct hybrid warfare and so on. And that is why I think we should really, if you want, double down on these two aims. But here again, I think perhaps one could change some things. If already petrol prices are so high, do we still need to subsidize people so that they buy an electric vehicle? Maybe, again, the price mechanism will work and people will buy more EVs when the petrol prices are high enough. They will buy more heat pumps on their own when gas prices are high. Maybe the money which we were foreseeing for this could be used somewhere else. So I think we should take a second look at the green part of our national recovery and resilience programs and think whether we can leave a bit more to private initiative and concentrate our funds elsewhere. But let me perhaps emphasize also one aspect about the recovery plans, which I found missing this morning, which is that, for me at least, the money is secondary. Somebody mentioned earlier that we should be aware of the danger of too much bureaucracy, following every euro how it's spent. I totally agree. What is really important about these recovery programs are the reforms. Because it's these structural reforms which can strengthen our economy, which bring the growth even once the money has been spent. Because we don't want to stand there in 2025, the money has been spent, right? Even with limited absorption capacity, and then our economies have the same anemic growth rate as before. So I think we should much more look at the reforms. Are they being implemented as promised? And I think this regards all countries, not just those in Southern Europe which receive more. Also, I know a couple of big Northern European countries which could yield and use some pressure to become more digital and do their internal reforms a bit quicker than they have been doing so far. And let me finish with one overall thought. which goes back to something again which was mentioned earlier, the reform of the fiscal framework for the European Union. I don't want to bore you with detailed proposals for reform. I just wanted to leave one thought, one fundamental thought which we should keep in mind, which is if you are fighting a war as a government, you say money is no object, I have a deficit, I increase debt. If you are engaged in a struggle, a long-term struggle, which could last a generation, then you have to do the opposite. You have to reduce your debt. Because if you don't do it, if you just keep on spending and increase public debt, then when the next conflict comes, it will not be our choice. It will be Putin, it will be the next Putin, who knows, somewhere else. If the next conflict comes and we are in a precarious economic and financial situation, we will not be able to react. So my plea would be, yes, today we have to spend to basically strengthen our defense. But after that, we should keep the powder dry, to keep our strength so that when we are called again to react, we are actually able to do so. And I think this is something that we should keep in mind when we discuss the intricate details of the fiscal framework for the European Union for the future. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gross, for your reflections. What you said on energy is something that I feel is also important. We need to reduce our energy consumption. We need to be more responsible in that area as citizens, I would say, and we need to strengthen our digital skills. I think the hybrid threat is very tangible, and so I think we need to move along those lines. And then the budgetary framework, there are two different trends. On the one hand, yes, we need to reduce debt. We need to pay down our debts, but we also need investment if we want to be able to reach our objectives. Colleagues, I'd like to open the floor to you. We have 30 requests for the floor. If we would like to get a rapid reaction from our speakers to your thoughts and reflections, I know it's frustrating, but if you want that, please do limit your interventions to a minute and a half if possible. So without further ado, I would like to give Dolores Montserrat the floor from the European Parliament.
La historia.
History doesn't let us take a breath. The pandemic has left, and Putin has come now with a war against Europe. Putin is a real threat to our freedom, but Europe is a history of success. We've shown this, for example, in the COVID crisis. In record time, we've been able to investigate and to come up with a vaccine and to have a huge vaccine program, as well as exporting vaccines abroad. So we've been able to put the next generation funds on the table. This is not just one government or one ideology. This is a property of all, and this is industry, people coming together, where we need to modernize our economies and make them more digital, and we need jobs, jobs, jobs. That is the best part of our social policy, and we need to strengthen our national health structures so that we can deal with future health crises and to strengthen our strategic autonomy. So we must have a good oversight, and the best response to the crisis, any crisis, is unity. This is the way in which we can preserve our democracies, our and our societies. Thank you. Thank you very much, Igor Antoia from the Slovenian National Council. Not in the hemicycle. Gunter Krichtbaum from the German Bundestag.
Merci.
Thank you, President. And thank you very much for organizing this wonderful COSAC. It's excellent to be able to meet again in person. I'll continue in German, if I may. Dear colleagues, we're at a turning point, as many people have already said, but let me start by saying something about Next Generation EU. Can people not hear the interpretation? Is it working? Okay. Looking at the individual plans that member states have proposed, then what I see is that there are hardly any cross-border projects. They're all national projects. Dear friends, that can't be the answer if we really want to think in a European dimension. The second point I'd like to mention, and that follows in from Vice President Otmar Karas has just said, we need to invest in our own resilience because we are interdependent. We are dependent on oil, in uranium, and very little of these materials come from Europe. If we want to achieve strategic autonomy, as President Macron quite rightly stressed, then we need more independence in energy questions, and that applies particularly to Germany, but also to other member states. Daniel Gross, you described high prices as the price of freedom. I would express that in a more positive way. Our federal finance minister said last Sunday that our new forms of energy is freedom energy. We need to invest in order to recover our freedom, or to put it in the words of Mr. Habeck, the sun and the wind don't belong to anyone, and if we can master those, we will do something for the next generation. Vladimir Makinskova from Slovakia.
Je la vois pas non plus.
Not in the room. Gerwans Pons from the Spanish Congress of Deputies. Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much to the speakers. I will speak Spanish. Thank you very much to the speakers. I'm going to try to react to these reflections. First of all, I like the idea of optimism that was put forth by Mr. Gross. I think in this time of an attack on freedom, we need to have this shield, the shield which is the resilience and recovery plan, and we need that also for Ukraine. And I'd like to talk about the two pillars that were talked about, the green and digital transitions. If we don't do that, if we don't pace it up, we will miss the geopolitical train of the 21st century. So I think we need to do more in terms of sending clear messages. Contrary to external crises, the response of this plan has been more social, more asymmetric, more federal, and more we don't want to leave anyone behind. And so I think we need to draw these lessons, and we need to feel proud of the European response. And to go back to what was said at the beginning, there are two things that are very important in this terrible crisis. We need to be much more accelerating the plan so that we have more strategic autonomy and to reduce the energy dependency. We need to take that on board, and so the recovery plan is key in this. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Guyton van Duisenhoven from the Belgian Parliament. Thank you very much. This morning I talked about the Solidarity Platform and the Resilience Fund, and of course Next Gen EU is another form of this. It's a good illustration of having a facility for recovery and resilience. We've agreed on European debt program to face the economic and social and health crisis, but now the geopolitical crisis. This allows member states to have plans that are based on innovation and progress. And the 2020-2030 plan is something that will galvanize our plans, will make them more ambitious, and it will benefit consumers and companies, be they large or small. But it will succeed also in transitional areas so that we can have a greener, more independent economy, that we can do away with unnecessary bureaucracy so that we can meet our climate goals. Thank you very much. Kristen Tellman from Romania.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Two words, recovery and resilience, are the key words governing our policy over the past 2 years to combat the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The estimates show that additional public and private investment is needed in order to support the green and digital transition and to strengthen the economic and social resilience. Therefore, prioritizing and promoting investments in health, education, training, research, development, innovation, and transport is crucial. In the current economic context, financial consolidation needs to be achieved gradually, taking into account the high needs for public investments. It is also important to support simpler tax rules using observable indicators to measure compliance and to strike a balance between the need to simplify tax rules and their consistent implementation to ensure the sustainability to public finance and to encourage investments, especially to reduce the gaps between the member states. Finally, please allow me to say that our goal in the context of the Russian-Ukrainian war can be summarized into two words, strength and solidarity. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Joris Bakker from the Senate of the Netherlands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, on behalf of the Senate of the Netherlands, I'd like to thank you for the hospitality and the vigilance and the ambition of the French presidency of the European Council. I would encourage you to continue along those lines, of course, with our support. Like Prime Minister Castex has just said, this is a date with destiny, with history. And this is something that we see in this hemicycle. We see this because of the war in Ukraine, and this is a horrible situation. Our thoughts are with the very courageous people who are facing this tragic situation, and I would invite my colleagues to adopt the resolution prepared by the Troika. Now, I began in French as a courtesy, but I will continue in English.
Mention an issue that hasn't been raised by the two speakers, or I haven't heard it, which is in the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which I found an extraordinary achievement that we have the fund. But there is this rule of law conditionality. And I believe that if we talk about the rule of law, if we talk about values, we have to preserve our own values and our own rules. This conditionality has been tested and upheld by the courts. And I believe it's important that we continue to apply it, and we urge the Commission to reactivate its actions on this point. Because if a rule of law can do anything, it is to prevent aggressive actions like we see in Russia. because there is a check and there is a balance and there are countervailing powers. That's why we have the rule of law. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et puis...
Thank you very much. Swedish Parliament. Your name.
Madam President, thank you for this good debate organized by the French presidency. The recovery plan for EU is an important tool for restoring economic balance within all EU member states. The green and digital transformation transition is a matter of great urgency, and it's necessary that all member states follow the regulations and rules connected to the funding. There will be only success if all walks in the same pace and with mutual ambitions. But at this dark moment for Europe, we need to be even more open-minded and react in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We see that member states receives many refugees, and we need to support that, not only in words, but also with economic funding. We can do both, implement the recovery plan, and also help our Ukrainian friends and neighbors in Europe. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Dimitris Kairidis from the Greek Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful to be back and to meet with everybody live without the Zoom. And we are very grateful for your fight, for a long fight against the dark forces of tyranny and aggression. And I want to pick up on what has already been said, by my dear friend Daniel and other speakers, Daniel Gross and other speakers here, that we have to invest and we have to make the hard choices and to invest in our defense. I take note of the decision of the German government for the 100 billion euros expenditure. This was courageous, this was bold, this was hard, and it had the accusation of the opposition, so it's for the long term. But in order for this to work in the best possible way, we must be all together. This has to be done in a coordinated way, in a European framework, to avoid duplication, to avoid overlapping, to avoid wrong expenditure, and to avoid nationalistic backlashes. So if the Germans, the Italians, the French, and all of us together are to defend our freedom, we need to think strategically and for the long run, for the long term, we need to coordinate. The same way we coordinated with the green and the digital transition, we must coordinate as well with our defense, which is the #1 priority right now. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Kia Kalmad from the Finnish Parliament.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, colleagues, it is a pleasure, and I'm pleased to see European unity and showing solidarity to Ukraine in a decisive way by adopting sanctions against individuals and having economic sanctions of great scope against Russia. Madam, we are among the most prosperous and free countries of the world. History has shown us that solid public finances are the only basis for resilience. Having said that, the truth is that the level of indebtedness has risen during the pandemic, but we have pushed the limits of debt sustainability. The development needs to be turned towards sustainability and resilience. The good news is that future development can be positive, and that can be realized. The cornerstone of public finance in the Eurozone and the economic framework is very important. We now going beyond the 60% indebtedness level is not realistic. We must engage in a way that we can strengthen our economies. Returning to healthy public financing can only be done by strengthening the principle of non-refoulement. Colleagues, we can solve problems, climate change, assure security in crisis to the extent that our economies will allow us to do so. Sound public finances are the best guarantee for us in the times of crisis. Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations on your impeccable French. Thank you. Denica Sumanova from the Bulgarian National Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the National Assembly of the Republic of Bulgaria welcomes the key role of the Recovery and Resilience Facility as an innovative tool to mitigate the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, but also, especially now, to make our economies and societies more sustainable, adapting to the new challenges and better prepared for the future. The Recovery and Resilience Facility will play a central part in the green and digital transitions and is a crucial instrument to ensure that the member states are supported in adapting to the new, now serious challenges and taking into account of their country-specific difficulties. Bulgaria acknowledges the efforts of all EU partners to prepare their plans, but as mentioned by other speakers, we consider their implementation as even more crucial. We welcome the Commission's efforts in the process of evaluating the recovery and resilience plans, and we embrace this good dialogue between the Commission and the Member States, as well as the transparency of the process, which is thanks to the launch of the RRF scoreboard in December. Bulgaria has submitted our plan in October 2021, and later in the beginning of 2022, after receiving constructive feedback from the EU Commission, we have made improvements with a focus on sustainable energy resources, climate change, and digitalization. And we are now looking forward to the EU's assessment. And to conclude, only by working hard to achieving our goals, these plans can have a real impact on the lives of all EU citizens. Thus, I would like to wish good luck in executing the recovery and resilience plans to all member states. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et la parole.
Thank you very much. Matas Mataikis from the Lithuanian Parliament.
Ponios ir ponai, leiskite.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate France with its goal to seek ambitious goal in the RRF implementation. I would like to thank French for its active position towards Lithuania and the European market in trying to stand up to the Chinese coercion. Jean Monnet has said that the European Union will see crises and will be able to solve them. We are glad that the European Union is able to take actions. And now it is time to think about economic policy which stipulates economic growth. And we are glad that now we have the supervision of the economic system. The monitoring of the system should should stimulate the growth of the economy, and short-term measures are not enough. We have to look at long-term by stimulating demand, transformation of the labor market, orienting ourselves towards the green economy, by not letting by fighting unemployment. Active labor market policy is also important, as well as investments into education.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Dario Stefano from the Italian Senate. Thank you very much, Madam President. As I mentioned when I spoke earlier, I fully support President Rapin's position. Next Generation EU is indeed a turning point in the history of the European Union. We are pooling debt for the very first time, and we are using those funds to fund a new development model for the Union. As pointed out by President Rapin, the recovery plan ends in 2026, but we need to start thinking now about how to turn it into a long-term resilience and growth instrument. There are, of course, reforms undertaken alongside the investments, but I don't think those are enough. We need measures to enable us to move forward. And I continue to believe that taxation, even at a minimal level, on the profits of multinationals will be an indispensable resource to meet these challenges. Bureaucracy. It is indeed important to reduce the bureaucracy involved in spending and control processes. Otherwise, we will slow down the development of our regions. We have two challenges facing us: digitalization and converting our energy system. And in order to achieve those changes, necessary for a common monetary policy. Next months will be key period which will show the need for common policies in development, defense, and integration. Thank you very much. Igor Kimanov, next, from the Latvian Parliament.
Dear colleagues, I'm going to speak about quite particular things concerning the creation of favorable circumstances for investment policy in the European Union after the pandemic. While speaking on the investments for further development, may I address the necessity to establish EU mechanisms of fundraising that would enable member states to pursue independent, active fiscal policy rather than to consume the European Union facilities. The General Escape Clause of the Stability and Growth Pact has been already activated in the March of the year 2020. This event that can either remain a temporary means to counter the pandemic quickly and forcefully, or indicate the change of the paradigm of EU development for rapid growth in future. I insist that the activation of the General Escape Clause should be kept prolonged after the pandemic. We should not return to austerity. Crucial amendments need to be effected in the Stability and Growth Pact itself. The golden rule of public finance have to become a guideline for the operation of fiscal policy. And namely, the public investments should be excluded from the public deficit calculation. In particular, national co-financing of EU structural and investment funds programs should be exempted from the deficit calculation. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Christiana Eroguritou from Cyprus.
Elle est... Non, elle n'est pas présente.
She isn't here. Okay. Amel Gaquer from the French Senate.
Qui?
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, dear colleagues, the COVID pandemic was a major shock for economies and populations, and also for Europe, because it highlighted some of our weaknesses and dependencies. But the EU reacted rapidly through its recovery plan, Next Generation EU, to make our economies more autonomous and more resilient, as confirmed by the Ukraine war. It's shown the importance of the green and digital transitions, and I hope that this transition will enable the European Union to be a forerunner in these areas. Growth returned in 2021, but we do need a note of caution. Inflation levels are very high, which could counteract the recovery. Secondly, cohesion and economic recovery levels differ between member states. Finally, the February cohesion report from the Commission stressed the risks that the pandemic represents for cohesion of our economies, and we need to bear in mind the investments that will be necessary for the climate transition and supporting measures for households and for businesses. Thank you. Margit Zutrop from the Estonian Parliament.
Dear Madam Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are today speaking how to overcome the crisis, but we are having simultaneously different crises: health crisis, energy crisis, environmental and security crisis. But the war in Europe is the most serious of them, with possible long-term consequences to the whole world. But I have a feeling that we are overcoming at the moment at least one crisis. It is the crisis of the European Union, as we feel an extraordinary solidarity and now understand how dear the European values are to us. We are more united than ever. In spring 2020, when the COVID crisis broke out, I think I had a feeling that every country is fighting his own fight. The countries were closing the borders because of the lack of masks and vaccines and beds in intensive care in some countries. The countries were fighting this war or pandemic alone. They closed the borders and the hearts to others. It changed rapidly, and now Europe is doing the efforts together to fight against the crisis. But it is more clear that at the time of the war in Ukraine, we are in a different situation. The countries are opening their borders to each other. They are all willing to help the Ukrainian people who are fleeing from their own country in war and are very united. The international community is united in its condemnation of Russia and has very much and quickly introduced the sanctions to Russia. We understand better now that freedom, democracy, rule of law, and human rights are so important. But each crisis should be also used to do something for our unity, to introduce the reforms. I think that besides the energy production and environmental reform and investments in the security, we have to think also, and this is my last point, to think how to reform our education, because we are threatened by the info war. And this means that people actually should become more critically thinking, and this has to unite us. The reform in education to understand what is really going on. Thank you very much, and good luck to us for that.
La parole est à
A representative from Ireland. Apologies, I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Rúri Muraku, and nobody in Ireland pronounces it correctly anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much. Uachtaráin Guramayagut
Thank you.
may have taught us one thing, and I suppose that's the idea of solidarity and that the state has a huge part to play. We do need to look at fiscal constraints if we're going into the future. If we're talking about a real green and digital transformation, obviously that means an element of protection in relation to cybersecurity. And if we're talking in the time of an information of teams, we need to make sure that we have an Internet of Things. We need to make sure it's a safe Internet of Things. That's absolutely necessary from a point of sustainability into the future. But at this point in time, we have a huge amount of people suffering. Obviously, none of them worse than the people that are suffering under the onslaught from the Russians. But we do need to introduce mitigation in relation to the energy crisis. We do need to look at block buys. And that's the piece of work that has been done well, even where the EU doesn't necessarily have competences. I will welcome the solidarity that has been shown to Ireland, and particularly in relation to the Irish Protocol. But I would call on the EU to lift the game and to be prepared to play its part in planning for Irish unity and ending the sin of partition that has failed the people of Ireland and a British occupation that has caused much pain over many generations. Guramaigh Galer.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Isabel Oneto from Portugal.
Presidente, caras e caros colegas,
Thank you very much. The war in Ukraine has shown us the importance of resilience, and that plan enables us to turn to the future and prepare for the digital and environmental transitions. The war in Ukraine is a war against democracy, and we need to reflect on the fact that the legitimacy of our governments, which adopted sanctions, is based on solidarity, legitimating the sanctions we've taken against Russia. The Recovery and Resilience Plan and all the resulting investments are based on the European social strategy to defend and protect our European citizens and ensure economic and social prosperity. Our citizens need a strong social Europe. That's a precondition to progress. And in Portugal, we believe that SMEs are the drivers of recovery. And recovery would depend on investment in strategic sectors of our economy. But we need a global vision. We need to strengthen the social component. That's what gives legitimacy to our decisions. Thank you very much. Mr. Giannakopoulos from the Greek Parliament.
Madame la Présidente, tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier.
Thank you very much. I'd like to express my thanks to the French National Assembly for the organization of COSAC, and I'll continue in Greek.
Στεκόμαστε στο πλευρό του
I would like to express our solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We stand for peace, for freedom, for respect of international law. And of course, the European Union and all of us strongly condemn this illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine. We stand united against despotism and against authoritarianism, against all those who are trying to set us back to a very dark time, dark ages. We need to be united. We need to win this fight. And Europe needs to adapt and adapt its policies. We understand that this situation will have serious consequences on the energy level, on the financial economic level as well. This is why we need solidarity, and this is why we will need to also show solidarity towards other countries that will have to face an increase in the price index, in the cost of energy, etc. thanks to our coordinated response to the pandemic, we have managed to mitigate its negative effects, and our unity really changed the course of the pandemic. And I think that we can have a similar effect if we manage to stay united and face the climate change challenges together. We need to strike the right balance between reducing public debt and investing in the future. I would close my speech by referring to classical Greece. A proverb from ancient Greece that essentially means that all clouds have a silver lining. Even in this crisis, we will find something positive. And I think that even what's happening right now had a positive effect in the sense that people in the European Union were shaken and are asking us and are asking very strongly for more common policies in defense and external affairs. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Et la parole est...
Thank you very much. Anna Draghi from the Romanian Senate.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, first I'd like to express my support and solidarity with Ukrainian people. And you know, my country, Romania, it's in the first line helping Ukraine and its people nowadays. The pandemic, the energy crisis, the war, these are the challenges of the last 2 years and of today. Recovery and resilience mechanism designed for fighting the pandemic in order to make our economies more resilient, digital, green, inclusive, should now be updated, should now be expanded in several directions. First of all, we need more investments in green energy in order to cut the dependence with the Russian gas. Also, we need clear measures in order to reduce the supply chains. But last but not least, we need security and defense measures because there is no growth and there is no resilience without security. Also, we have to harmonize the Stability and Growth Pact with all these investments projects and with the resilience and recovery mechanism. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Spanish Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm here. Yes, sorry about that. Colleagues, we must always remember that we are national parliaments, and I think this is the time for national parliaments. We have a duty to oversee the implementation and planning of these funds, and I say this in front of the ministers on behalf of my government. In order to do this, we need to make sure that the implementation of the funds was vetted in terms of the national and regional investment needs in our countries. We need to be sure that the regional distribution and local distribution has been part of the economic, social, and policy, we need to make sure that our governments have not been indiscreet. We need to look in economic and social benefits rather than budgetary issues. We need to make sure that the projects look at the needs for investments rather than deficiencies in the centers that are implementing these budgets. I think there may be too much administration, but too little staffing. The management of the Next Generation EU funds requires an administration that has a long tradition and experience, but it's also based on the officials that are managing the funds. So we need more. There are more requirements, more controls, and we need. and this is part of the implementation. It makes it more difficult. And so that is where our responsibility lies. That is in the implementation of these funds through our governments in order to solve the crisis. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bruno Dias from the Portuguese National Assembly.
Senhora Presidente, senhores membros da COSAC.
President, members of the COSAC, what Europe needs, what our countries need are responses, answers, not just in terms of cooperation, but above and beyond that. Recovery, reindustrialization of Europe can only take place if we are able to have better decentralization. Importing gas is not part of our freedom. We need to strengthen public investment, and we need to have the policies that underpin this, and we must make sure that we do not impinge on national sovereignty. And so we need to make sure that we do away with inequalities. These funds and the safeguard clauses really highlight the seriousness of the situation we're facing. We need to find solutions for the future because there are countries like Portugal that are going to end up losing because we are going to subsidize with public money things that will not bear fruit. So we need to have conditionality. We need to have cohesion policies that are worthy of the name. And we need to have good development and cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lisa Chambers from Ireland.
Speaker, and good afternoon, everybody. As the saying goes, may you live in interesting times, although we know what that really means is may you live in times of uncertainty and disorder. And that is certainly the times we are living through today. We are still coming out of a pandemic. We have climate change getting worse and worse all of the time, with the most recent IPCC report telling us things are actually worse than we thought they were. And now we have war in Europe. While the economic recovery plan for Europe is one of significance in terms of its funding, we have to ask ourselves the question, is it still fit for purpose or is it out of date? It was formulated before we know now what we know today, and that is that we have war on our borders and we have people fleeing to our countries. We have to ask ourselves the question, is this plan about economics or does it do more than that? We will need to keep our plan under review. We have to ask ourselves, does it meet the challenges that member states are facing today? I'm sure every country that is represented here today has a fuel crisis, an energy crisis, where your people are struggling to meet the costs of living, to pay the bills day to day. What is Europe doing to address those challenges? We know we have a scourge of violence against women that got worse in the last 2 years. Again, what is Europe doing to address this challenge? While we talk about recovery and coming out of recession, if we speak about recovery and people don't feel it, are we causing more problems? We have to address those challenges head on, or else we risk destabilising the Union and leave people behind. So my request to the European Union and to other member states is that let's make this recovery a fair one. Let's make this recovery an equal one, and let's not leave people behind. Let's come out of these challenges as a stronger and better and more equal Europe, and let's face these challenges united. Thank you, Speaker.
Merci beaucoup. Et
Thank you very much. José María Sánchez from the Spanish Congress.
Madame le Président.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the French Republic for its hospitality. I will speak my mother tongue now, Spanish. I'm wondering how it's possible that the European funds, the Next Generation EU funds, are focused on a green and digital transformation after hearing what we've heard this morning. Mr. Carrick and Mr. Stefanik have said that we need to think about our energy mix because of our dependency on gas in Russia. Did we need a war to tell us this? No, we didn't. The energy mix is completely out of whack because we have an excessive dependency on, and this is, and there has also been too much of a focus on that Green Deal. But what should be the real energy mix, a fair energy mix? Now, there's been a consideration that was interesting, a different way. So we need to get away from fossil fuels, and maybe that is something that has to do with consumption, but the funds to pay and to subsidize high prices should be given to other purposes. And what purposes? For a green economy? Of course, there's economic orthodoxy, but then on the other hand, we have economic heterodoxy. And so we need to find a way out of this contradiction. On digitalization would probably exclude from the markets SMEs in different sectors to the favor of large companies. Are we aware of that? And so finally, going back to what Mr. Gross said, very interesting. I subscribe to what he said, that we need to reduce our public debts. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Alessandro Guglielmina from the Italian Chamber of Deputies.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much for organising COSAC. And I'll switch into Italian. COVID, the energy crisis, and now the war in Ukraine have a boomerang effect, of course. The boomerang effect of the justified sanctions against Russia will have on our citizens. Europe, the European Union, over the last 2 years has changed direction. We've abandoned austerity. We've initiated an investment policies. And finally, we've called into question the constraints of the Stability Pact, or a rigid interpretation of them. And finally, our member states are allowed to use state aid for national companies. Now, many of us, both in Italy and throughout Europe, are wondering whether these emergency policies adopted for COVID and for the energy crisis and now for the Ukraine crisis are going to become structural policies. In other words, abandoning austerity and moving into a new phase of major EU investments within member states to restore our energy sovereignty, our productive sovereignty, our independence, both of Europe as a continent and of the European Union. Many people have mentioned in that regard strategic autonomy. And finally, with the aim of achieving a secure Europe in a democratic world. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Domagoj Hajdukovic from Croatia is next.
Chair, dear colleagues, when we were first debating a national resilience and recovery plans, we were talking about situation in a quite different world. Nowadays, the situation has changed. We are no longer talking about resilience and recovery from COVID, but also from the war, from the insecurity in energy supply, but also something that has not been mentioned yet, and that is food production and the security of the food supply chains. I want one of the messages from this COSAC meeting to go, that maybe we should consider some allocations being diverted to the agricultural production just in order to ensure that we are as self-reliant as we can be when it comes to the food production. This is one of major concerns, especially with the war in Ukraine and the agricultural production at a halt in Ukraine. And as you know, Europe, unfortunately, is still dependent on imports when it comes to certain foodstuffs. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Madam Arzu Ardem from the Turkish National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, First of all, we consider the military operation launched by Russian Federation against Ukraine unacceptable and rejected. Our support for the political unity, territorial integrity of Ukraine will continue. The timing of the COVID-19 pandemic was rather unfortunate for the European Union following the financial crisis, refugee pressure, Brexit, and the rise of populism. However, the European Union played an important role by mitigating the shock of COVID-19 crisis, facilitating the efforts to alleviate its reserve effects and helping to lower costs. Indeed, beyond the recovery from crisis, the long-term target is to increase the crisis capacity and resilience of the European Union. A new European model for growth and long-term resilience cannot be achieved without Turkey. The pandemic has shown once again the dependency of our era. These challenges have shown the importance of deeper cooperation, so Turkey and European Union need each other more than ever. The COVID-19 crisis could be an opportunity for further strengthen our ties and build a long-term economical model together. The modernization of the customs union might be the first step to walk together, so we need the support for that. Turkey and European Union need to take coordinated actions to address the global challenges in every field, from economy to climate change, from health to security. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Maka Bochorikvili from the Georgian Parliament.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I would like to thank my dear French colleagues for the invitation and giving me this opportunity to speak at the COSAC meeting. Whatever we discuss today, it is very difficult to focus on anything but the tragedy that we are facing in the middle of Europe. Today, while absolutely unjustified Russian aggression is taking place, Ukrainian people are fighting not only for Ukraine, but Europe, its security and resilience as well. Since 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia, we have been constantly talking about this threat with our partners, as we face and experience it on a daily basis. It is unfortunate that the gravity of this threat was not fully realized and we could not prevent what we see today. Dear colleagues, against this backdrop, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova are applying for EU membership, and you will be discussing how to respond to this application in coming days. To be brief, I would kindly ask you not to repeat the mistakes of 2008 and listen to our voices to keep Europe not complete, not to keep Europe not complete. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for all of your interventions. It is true that the title of this session, the European Recovery Plan and Exiting the Crisis, obviously we have not exited the crisis. We've entered a new crisis, where we have to tread cautiously and we have to take our responsibility, because as we speak, unfortunately, there are men, women, and children who are losing their lives. And I think this really highlights how serious this is, more than we imagine, and it shows our dependence and our interdependence. That also comes into play, and so we need to find a response today. Our Croatian colleague drew attention to a subject which I think is also very important. It is our food security at play, and it's a food security not just about the European Union, but it also has to do with the entire world, really, because we know that 30% of grain production comes from Ukraine and from Russia. There are African countries that have no reserves. They're highly dependent on on this production, and so we would need to find a response to this. And so it's ever the more important as national parliamentarians and MEPs to work hand in hand in the same direction. And so I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. I'd like to thank the speakers, and I hope that we will maintain our solidarity and that we will not just keep to words. I would like to invite you to leave the Palais de Bourbon, where we will go to the Place de Concorde, and the Secretariat will direct you to the Hôtel de Poulpry, where we will have lunch. We will walk along the Seine, which is a very good exercise and a very lovely walk. The hotel was built at the beginning of the 18th century and now houses the Association of the Friends of Polytechnicians. See you soon. Thank you.